Davidian, who is the founder of the Armenians of the North Bay and currently serves as the president of the Alliance for the Study of the Holocaust at Sonoma State University. She's dynamic. She's got a lot of energy. I can't think of anybody who I have had a greater relationship with working to try and make this the best series possible. Please welcome Christyne.
Okay, you ready? Sorry. Two diligent people working at the reception after this event, B.J. Stolbob and Barbara Tobin, and Laura Lee is here, that's right. I'd also like to acknowledge Dean Leader. Thank you for coming today. And, I'm sorry, I'll let you. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. Hi, Provost Ochoa. Thank you very much. Oh, raise your hand. There you go. Thank you very much. Okay, did I get everybody? Okay. If I didn't, welcome. Thank you very much for coming. So I'm going to do one more time here. Sorry about that. Today is a very special lecture. The lecture is dedicated to Robert L. Harris, and he's the gentleman that is projected up on the screen here. It's an honor to introduce Robert Harris and provide a background about him and the community group that supports this unique course. Robert L. Harris was a World War II vet who had retired and moved with his wife Claire to Sonoma County after a distinguished career in teaching school and administration, and included directing a school for troubled youth. He became active in the Jewish community and wanted to make a contribution by ensuring students at all levels were educated about the Holocaust. His efforts began when he started attending the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising commemoration event, which had been done for years by a group in Petaluma. This event eventually became the annual Yom HaShoah commemoration in Sonoma County. Robert coordinated the 1983 Yom HaShoah commemoration 27 years ago, which was held at the Sonoma State Commons. And University President Peter, and I hope I say this right, Diamantopoulos, is that right? Oh. He was a keynote speaker. After the event, the president challenged Robert to do more than just memorialize the Holocaust annually and to create a program that would teach students and train teachers. Thus began the University-Community Partnership. It became evident that Sonoma State was an ideal place for the permanent program about the Holocaust. Professor John Steiner, a Holocaust survivor and professor of sociology, had begun to teach classes that dealt with issues related to the Holocaust. Paul Banco, a Holocaust survivor, and George Jackson, a liberator, supporters of Holocaust education, were also on the faculty. So in 1983, Robert Harris asked these faculty members, several of Professor Steiner's students, a number of community members, rabbis, ministers, to assist him in responding to the president's challenge. The Holocaust Lecture Series that you're in here today, Center for the Study of the Holocaust and Genocide, the Alliance for the Study of the Holocaust, which is a community support organization to this event, were all eventually established from this great effort by Robert Harris in 1983. Sylvia Zucker, as you know, is in our audience today. An Alliance founder and senior advisor, remembers Robert Harris as an indefatigable leader with enormous determination who was able to work with all types of people and inspiration. Joel Newberg, also an Alliance founder and senior advisor, recalls Robert was one-person organization. He knew what needed to be done, how to interface with individuals and groups, how to handle all the fundraising, and he would simply ask and people would donate. Robert Harris, Professor Steiner and Banco, Sylvia Joel, and all the other founders that began this collaborative effort 27 years ago promised to let the world know of the atrocities that had occurred. On behalf of the victims and survivors and the desire to tell their stories and learn from their experiences, the intention was primarily to learn the facts, act on them, and never forget. Little did they know how many subsequent genocides would occur, and thus how much more important this lecture series would become. The series grew from 5 to 6 lectures a year into a general education course, which you are currently enrolled in today with 100 students. Professor Steiner became the first director of the center, and Myrna Goodman, then a returning student working toward her bachelor's degree, was the first student assistant hired by the center and followed Professor Steiner's footsteps as center director. So thank you, Myrna. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. The Alliance Board continues to include members of the community, university faculty, administrators, and students who have participated in the Holocaust Lecture Series. Don't forget that. We need your help. The Alliance continues to co-sponsor the lecture series, support the center in providing programming to the community and K-12 teachers, and to collaborate with other community groups working with issues related to the Holocaust and Genocide. After Robert's death, the members of the Alliance decided to name an annual lecture in this series as a tribute to his unswerving dedication and commitment to Holocaust education. We are truly indebted to Robert for his vision and his leadership. So for those of you who are our guests today, please join us after the lecture today with our guest speaker, John Roth, for a Harris Memorial Lecture Reception, and it's at Congregation near Shalom and Katati at 6 p.m., and we do have directions afterwards if you don't have those directions. So please join us. Okay. In addition to honoring Robert Harris today, we also want to honor and pay tribute to those survivors and supporters who have passed away. This is last year. First one is Hans Hank Cohen, Holocaust survivor and Alliance supporter. Hans lived with his family in Stralsund, Germany. Following Kristallnacht, his parents arranged to have Hans and his younger brother, then 8 and 10, sent to one of those OSC children's homes near Paris. OSC was a Jewish social service organization that worked with thousands of refugee children before, during, and after World War II. He and his brother were in France during the German invasion, moving several times to safer areas. In 1941, the Quakers and the U.S. Committee for Care of European Children arranged to have an initial group of 100 children move to the U.S. He was one of them. 2 similar groups followed that summer, but as many as 2,000 to 3,000 were eventually deported to Auschwitz. Regarding good advice, Hans can only say, while things are happening, it is best to keep one's head down. From another perspective, I would have to say that one must do everything possible to keep similar events from occurring. Once a disaster is underway, there is no stopping it. He also said, I am quite certain that the resilience built into most kids served us well throughout. I am also certain that the fact that we were always surrounded by adults who cared and were good role models made for emotional survival. Is there a way to enlarge that? No? Okay, well, we'll try while I'm speaking. This is Ida Petrikowski. Thank you. Ida was born in Lodz, Poland. At the beginning of the war, she worked in a munitions factory. She was then taken to Lodz ghetto and eventually to Auschwitz. She was the sole survivor in her family, having lost her 3 sisters, aunts, uncles, and cousins. Her parents died before the war. She and her husband Joe spent the years after the war in displaced persons camps in Germany, emigrated to San Francisco with their 2 sons in 1951, and soon after to Pen Grove, where they were early ranchers. I don't know how I survived, Ida says in her ordeal during those days. I just lived day by day. The hardest for her to bear, she says, was the death of her only surviving sister 1 week after the war ended. Adele Ziegelbaum, she was a Holocaust survivor, an Alliance supporter, and there's been an endowment that's just been created in her memory at Sonoma State. Adele was born in Szlakowen, Poland. She was not quite 15 years old in 1939 when the Germans invaded Poland. Adele survived 3 concentration camps and was survived only by her older sister, who also survived the camps. In 1945, she met Joseph Ziegelbaum, a well-known hero of the Polish underground, whom she married that December, and then emigrated to the U.S. in late 1946 to begin their lives together. While in the camps, Adele never saw a butterfly or a flower or a bird. She used to wish that she could become a butterfly so that she could fly gently through the electrified wire fence without burning her wings. Today, she is seldom without a scarf, a vest, or a piece of jewelry bearing the image of a butterfly. Adele's advice is to never forget what happened, to tell the story so that it will never happen again, to remember the people that we've lost, to honor those who were not even privileged to have their own graves, to understand that we are not responsible for our births, but we are for our own conduct. Of significance to that is the symbol for the logo for the Alliance is a butterfly over the electric wires. I don't know if you've ever seen that. And the last person, B. Fountain, actually her name is B. Tarkanian Fountain, is a second-generation Armenian-American and Alliance supporter, especially for the Armenian Genocide Memorial Lecture Fund. B spoke often about how her mother and father survived the Armenian genocides, lessons learned from their experiences, and taught them to her children. She exemplified the following words from William Soroyan, taken from his first visit to Armenia in 1935, despite the tragic, unacknowledged past of the Armenian genocide. It is simply the nature of Armenian to study, to learn, to question, to speculate, to discover, to invent, to revise, to restore, to preserve, to make, and to give. Finally, too long supporters of the Alliance, we've lost Judy Clack and Everett Shapiro. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Christyne. I think I could probably spend too much time introducing our speaker for tonight because his vita runs quite a few pages. He's written over 100 books, written and edited over 100 books. John Roth was born in Grand Haven, Michigan. So he comes from a long Midwestern tradition. He has his bachelor's degree from Pomona College and attended Yale University Divinity School and Yale University Graduate School, thank you, where he has degrees in philosophy, 2 degrees in philosophy. In 1988, he was named the U.S. National Professor of the Year by the Council for Advancement and Support of Education and the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, a most prestigious honor. He also has served as the Ina Levine Scholar in Residence at the Center for Advanced Holocaust Studies at the United States Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. He's had 2 Fulbright lectureships and served as the Edward Sexton Professor of Philosophy at Claremont McKenna College. He also was the founder and the director of the Center for the Study of the Holocaust and Genocide and Human Rights at Claremont McKenna. His publications are quite long, and there are quite a few of them. Among them are A Consuming Fire, Encounters with Elie Wiesel and the Holocaust, which Professor Roth has indicated has been a formidable influence on him, and that was when he was able to spend time with Elie Wiesel. He's written Ethics After the Holocaust, Perspectives, Critiques, and Responses, a most cogent book about the Holocaust called Holocaust Politics, and is currently at work on the International Encyclopedia of the Holocaust, which is forthcoming from Oxford University Press. It is my great personal and professional privilege and honor to present to you John Roth, who will be speaking on tonight's lecture, which is Bricks, Trees, and the Failures of Ethics, Reflections on the Common Good. Would you please help me welcome John Roth.
I want to begin with some words of admiration and gratitude. The words of admiration are appropriate because for 27 years here at Sonoma State University there has been a remarkable lecture series focused on the Holocaust and genocide. I know of no other academic institution in the United States or in the world that would have a longer running tradition of that kind. It's quite amazing and admirable. I've had the privilege of speaking in this series a few times. I was first invited to do so by John Steiner, who was mentioned in Christyne Davidian's opening remarks. And it's always a thrill to come to this campus, which surely is one of the most beautiful academic settings anywhere. Those of you who live here day to day may take the beauty of this place for granted. You ought not to do that, for this is truly a special place in which you are able to study and teach and do research. I want to thank Barbara Lesh McCaffrey and Mac McCaffrey and Christyne Davidian for their kindness to me in my visit here today. And I also especially want to thank my longtime good friend and colleague, Myrna Goodman, for her many kindnesses to me and for inviting me to give the Harris Lecture, which is a special honor. I could say that my gratitude to Professor Goodman is really extreme today because she credited me with something I haven't done. She said that I've edited or authored 100 books. She's got the figure too high by quite a bit. I've done more than one, but not 100. And so, Myrna, I thank you for the credit, which I can't really accept, but I know what your intention was, and I'm very grateful to you.
Maybe it's books and art.
Whatever, it's fine. The diary of Anne Frank is a remarkable document which bears reading and rereading and study. Most of us would read it in its English translations, of which there can be more than one. I'm going to quote a few lines from the diary in just a minute. But before I do, I want to say that the entry from which I'll be quoting was one that Anne Frank dates Sunday, March 26th, 1944. Her diary contains all kinds of reflections. Some of them are very personal about her relationships with other people in the hiding place that they shared in Amsterdam. And some of them are quite philosophical, I would say. And the one that she wrote on March 26, 1944, is one of the philosophical ones. She's kind of giving her view about life and the world. It isn't the passage that comes somewhat later where she says, she still believes that everyone is good at heart. The one in March of 1944 is a little darker than that one. But it still contains some of the hope and optimism that characterized her diary entries from time to time. So here are the lines that I want to use as this sort of point of departure for my reflections today on bricks, trees, and the failure or failures of ethics, reflections on the common good. How wonderful it is, Anne Frank says, that no one has to wait, but can start right now to gradually change the world. How wonderful it is, she continues, that everyone, great and small, can immediately help bring about justice by giving of themselves. At the end of April this year, Elaine Leader, Dean of the School of Social Sciences and Professor of Sociology here at Sonoma State University, was quoted in a CNN news report where she noted that she became a genocide scholar, as she put it, over the years because of my personal story. That story involves her being the daughter of a Holocaust survivor and a member of an extended family that includes relatives who did not survive the Nazi genocide. The CNN report focused on a horse chestnut tree made famous by Anne Frank and her diary. Dean Leader appeared in the CNN report because of her role in bringing to Sonoma State University's Holocaust and Genocide Memorial Grove a sapling grown from that tree, which Anne Frank could see from her family's hiding place in Amsterdam from July 1942 until early August 1944, when she and her family were betrayed, captured by the Germans, and deported, first to the transit camp at Westerbork and then to Auschwitz. Several times Anne Frank's diary mentions that tree. On February 23, 1944, for example, she wrote in her diary as follows: "From my favorite spot on the floor, I look up at the blue sky and the bare chestnut tree, on whose branches little raindrops shine, appearing like silver, and at the seagulls and other birds as they glide on the wind. As long as this exists, and it certainly always will, I know that there will always be comfort for every sorrow, whatever the circumstances may be." This scene is quite touching. We can walk through this beautiful campus and the trees are all around, and we can walk up and touch them, sit under them, touch their leaves. Anne Frank could only see this tree through an attic window. Despite valiant efforts to preserve it, Anne Frank's horse chestnut tree, now estimated to be about 170 years old, is dying. In 5 to 15 years, CNN reported last month, the tree she admired from an attic window will be gone. But at 11 sites in the United States and in other places around the world too, offspring from Anne Frank's tree will grow, thrive, help us to remember, and encourage people to do what is right and good. Thanks to Dean Leader and others at this university, a sapling from the Anne Frank tree arrived at Sonoma State University in January of this year. About 18 inches high, it must be quarantined for about 3 years. But eventually it will be planted at the university's Erna and Arthur Salm Holocaust and Genocide Memorial Grove, where it will likely grow to be 80 feet high and 75 feet wide. The signage nearby the tree's site includes a slightly different version of the quotation from Anne Frank's diary with which I began this lecture. How wonderful it is that nobody need wait a single moment before starting to improve the world. More than a year before CNN's late April report about the Anne Frank tree, I received a very special email message from Dean Leader. Sent on January 26, 2009, that message, of course, did not contain all the information I have just mentioned. Instead, it generously offered me the opportunity to inscribe one of the bricks that makes Sonoma State's Memorial Grove a special place for memory and reflection. Now, if any of you by chance have not been to this place on your campus, go. It is a very special site. I was there last night as it was beginning to be twilight, and it's a truly wonderful, multicultural memorial to the victims of genocide and the Holocaust. Now, Dean Leader's message to me said this. She said, you can inscribe the brick to honor anyone you might like to remember. So the brick that Dean Leader offered me is inscribed to honor another significant member of Sonoma State's Department of Sociology, my friend, Professor Myrna Goodman. That brick identifies her, and rightly so, as inspiring professor and keeper of memory. Like others honored in the Memorial Grove, Myrna Goodman and Elaine Leader have spent their lives improving the world and not waiting a single moment to do so. They strive, as we all should, to serve what can be called the common good. The Holocaust, genocide, and the common good. Those events and that idea are antithetical, or nothing could be. But as we ponder that relationship and do our best to uphold it, we also need to drive our reflection deep by observing that Nazi Germany and other genocidal regimes have not lacked visions of the common good. To the contrary, Nazi Germany's conception of the common good, for example, did much to unleash the Holocaust. For Nazi ideology held with a vengeance that the common good, at least for Nazi Germany, entailed a world in which Jews and other allegedly inferior people would not exist. All genocides which target groups of people intend to enact a version of such population elimination. Where the common good is concerned, the Holocaust and all genocides provide a dual warning. First, that concept's meanings neither are simple nor should they be taken for granted. Second, attention to the Holocaust and all genocides is crucial for clarifying and defending what the idea of the common good ought to mean. Much more than is the case today, discourse used to employ the term Commonwealth, which American states such as Massachusetts and Kentucky still use in referring to themselves. As that old word, Commonwealth, implies, people have shared interests and concerns, hopes and aspirations, or they can scarcely be a community at all. Some of those public interests involve respect for the fulfillment of private needs, but many of those interests show that ourselves are public. They are constituted by communal ties. No society exists without individual men and women, but as people live together, a social reality that is more than them, individually or collectively, manifests itself and exerts its influence. National, religious, political, and even academic life reflects this reality. Individualistic outlooks tend to lose sight often of the fact that living together binds people together by social ties that elude reduction to individual choices and decisions, likings and dislikings. Nevertheless, even individualistic outlooks can recognize the importance of traditions that emphasize how the good of the whole is crucial. That emphasis contends that there is a public interest, or better still, I think, a common good. This good refers to the basic features of life that every person needs to thrive, including a home that is safe and secure, sound education, worthwhile work to do, and respect for one's liberty and life. Such goodness is social. More than the sum of individual efforts and parts, this goodness cannot be trusted conveniently to invisible hands that will secure it. Somehow or in the long run, the optimistic assurance always says, as individuals pursue self-interest. The tuning of human loyalties toward what deserves fundamental respect is essential for that outcome. Properly understood, and this point is crucial for our deliberations, such loyalties emphasize realities not only that all Americans or all Germans need, but also that all people need, individually and collectively. This qualification is basic, for to the extent that one group's common good jeopardizes, intentionally or even inadvertently, the well-being of other groups, then critical scrutiny and correction must loom large. Among the elements that all people need are justice, truth, and compassion. Such qualities are not abstractions. We feel their presence or absence in the particularities of our lives, even as those qualities transcend such particularities by giving us the perspectives we need to understand, judge, and improve the specific times and places in which we live. Here it is important to underscore that the common good is not separated from self-interest, especially when self-interest is rightly understood, an important qualification that properly makes a distinction between self-interest and selfishness. To be rightly understood, self-interest must reveal that we are public selves. We have our private needs, but ourselves are public nonetheless, because our private needs always have public dimensions. Unless our self-interest is so rightly understood that the common good is cared for in its own right and attended to for its own sake, the significance of life for each and all will be less than it can and ought to be. How wonderful it is, Anne Frank said, that no one has to wait, but can start right now to gradually change the world. How wonderful it is that everyone, great and small, can immediately help to bring about justice by giving of ourselves. Although she did not use the term, she may have had the common good in mind, even as war and genocide raged around her and eventually destroyed her life. Clearly, and unfortunately, we human beings do not do exceptionally well when it comes to improving the world and caring for the common good. What can be done about that? How can we do better at those tasks? None of us, at least not single-handedly, can stop genocide in its tracks. We may have scant success in preventing mass atrocity crimes, but most of us have some influence, some power, some leverage. And if we don't have it yet, we will have it. How might the leverage we possess, or that we will come to possess, best be brought to bear on the scourge and after effects of crimes against humanity? At least to some extent, what we call ethics, deliberation about the difference between right and wrong, and encouragement not to be indifferent toward that difference, but to act in support of what is right and to resist what is wrong. At least to some extent, what we call ethics is supposed to guide and inspire us to respond to such questions well. Considerations of that kind led to observations made by the scholar-journalist Gita Sereni in her 1974 classic about the Holocaust called Into That Darkness, an Examination of Conscience. For the students in the audience who are interested especially in the Holocaust, this is a book that you would find quite gripping to read. The title of it again is just Into That Darkness. I'll tell you just a little bit about it. In 1971, Gita Sereni had the opportunity to interview one of the key perpetrators of the Holocaust, a man by the name of Franz Stangl, who had the dubious distinction of being the commandant of Sobibor and Treblinka, two of the Holocaust's grimmest killing centers. I used to ask my students, do you suppose that Franz Stangl went to the Career Counseling Center and asked, how could I become the commandant of a death camp? Well, it's absurd on the face of it, isn't it, that anyone would seek such a position. But that's where he ended up. He's responsible probably in one way or another for the deaths of well more than 1 million Jews. Stangl had been tried and sentenced to life imprisonment by a West German court. In the preface to her book, which is based on the 70 hours of interviews she conducted with Stangl, Sereni took stock of what she had discovered, for she hoped that her encounters with Stangl might reveal, as she put it, some new truth which would contribute to the understanding of things that had never yet been understood. As Sereny probed her findings, she drew the following conclusions, which I believe pertain not only to perpetrators of mass atrocity crimes, but also to people like us. Individuals, Sereny emphasized, remain responsible for their action and its consequences. But persons are and must be responsible for each other too. What we do as individuals, she underscored, reflects what she called the fatal interdependence of all human actions. It's a phrase worth remembering, the fatal interdependence of all human actions. Sereny ended her book as follows. I'll quote now a couple of paragraphs from her conclusions. Social morality, she wrote, is contingent upon the individual's capacity to make responsible decisions, to make the fundamental choice between right and wrong. This capacity derives from this mysterious core, the very essence of the human person. So she was saying that there's something about being a human being that confers upon us unavoidably the necessity and the capacity to make decisions between right and wrong. But then she went on to talk a little more about this quality, this essence, as she called it, about human beings. This essence, she said, cannot come into being or exist in a vacuum. It is deeply vulnerable and profoundly dependent on a climate of life, on freedom in the deepest sense. Not license, but freedom to grow within family, within community, within nations, and within human society as a whole. The fact of its existence, therefore, the very fact of our existence as valid individuals, she said, is evidence of our interdependence and of our responsibility for each other. Our responsibility for each other. Ethics succeeds or fails, I think, lives or dies in that neighborhood. Absent the overriding of moral sensibilities, if not the collapse or collaboration of ethical traditions, the Holocaust, and arguably other genocides too, could not have happened. Although the Shoah did not pronounce the death of ethics, it showed that ethics is vulnerable, subject to misuse and perversion, and that no simple reaffirmation of pre-Holocaust ethics, as if nothing disastrous had happened, will do. So as we think further about Sereny's points about the fatal interdependence of all human actions, our responsibility for each other, and the common good, consider that ethics has had good days and bad. After World War II and the Holocaust, good days for ethics occurred on the 9th and 10th of December 1948, when the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The Convention criminalized specific acts. Here I'll quote a little bit from both of these documents without pausing to indicate further where the quotes are coming from, but the language I think you'll hear is the language of documents more than my own voice. The Convention Against Genocide criminalized specific acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, which, the document went on to say, the contracting parties would undertake to prevent and punish. Proclaiming that recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights aimed to become a standard for all peoples and nations, securing, in its words, universal and effective respect for the right to life, liberty, and security of person, and rejection of slavery, torture, and other forms of cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. So I think you can hear how these two documents from December 1948 are about what I'm calling the common good. They refer to, first of all, the prevention of what some have called the crime of crimes, genocide, which targets whole groups of people always. And on the other hand, with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, these are referred to as rights that pertain to all human beings, not just to particular national groups. So 2 good days for ethics, 2 good days for the common good, I would say, took place in December of 1948. Those days, of course, called for more days of the same kind. But as far as the Holocaust and genocide are concerned, such days have been, unfortunately, relatively few and far between. Notwithstanding the United Nations Declaration, the Holocaust had ruptured the notion of universal human rights as the Third Reich's genocidal policies trapped Jews and other victim groups in one choiceless choice and lethal dilemma after another. Jean Amery, a Jewish philosopher who endured Nazi torture and survived Auschwitz before eventually taking his own life, experienced and reflected on that breach. The gravest loss produced by the Holocaust, Amery suggested, was that it destroyed what he called trust in the world. The certainty, he added, that by reason of written or unwritten social contracts, the other person will spare me. More precisely stated, he added, that he will respect my physical and with it also my metaphysical being. Much as he yearned for the right to live, which he equated with dignity itself, Jean Amery found, and I quote again from him, that it is certainly true that dignity can be bestowed only by society, whether it be the dignity of some office, a professional, or very generally speaking, civil dignity. And the merely individual subjective claim, I am a human being, and as such I have my dignity, no matter what you may say or do, is an empty academic game or madness. See, Amery would have not trusted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights because he lost trust in the world, as he put it, every time he got up in the morning and looked at the number tattooed on his arm from his time in Auschwitz. Every morning, Amery saw that number on his arm, making it impossible, he said, to feel at home in the world, and convincing him, I quote again, that declarations of human rights, democratic constitutions, the free world, and the free press, nothing, he said, can lull me into the slumber of security from which I awoke in 1935. 1935 was a crucial year for Amery because, as many of you know, it was in that year in the autumn that the so-called Nuremberg laws were passed in Nazi Germany, which were a step on the way of turning Jews in Germany into non-persons. These laws deprived German Jews of their civil liberties. Amory read these laws as a young man. He says he read them while sitting in a coffee house in Vienna, and when he read them, he realized, and these are his words, that he was a dead man on leave. That the implication of the Nuremberg laws was genocidal. He didn't use that word because the word genocide hadn't yet been coined. That didn't happen until in the 1940s when Raphael Lemkin coined the word. But he was a dead man on leave, Amory said when he read these laws. Now, Amory's philosophy is not necessarily a post-mortem for human rights, but its assessment tests every affirmation of them. As the final solution unfolded, the most fundamental moral imperative of all, the sixth of the biblical Ten Commandments, thou shalt not murder, was overridden and eclipsed by what some have called a Nazi ethic, whose anti-Semitic and racist sense of progress depicted the destruction of Jewish life and other inferior groups as morally right and good. While shooting squadrons and gas chambers took their toll, ethical traditions that urged people to aid those in need and to resist injustice proved insufficient to interrupt the power of peer pressure among the German rank and file, and inadequate to disrupt the business interests of German corporations that utilized slave labor, or to challenge the ways of onlookers and opportunists. After the Holocaust, post-war trials convicted and punished some of the major perpetrators, but justice was scarcely served by the proceedings and the commuted sentences that freed the guilty. Holocaust museums, memorials, and education programs, worthy initiatives all, proliferated, but the lessons of the Holocaust could not prevent a resurgence of anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial, let alone forestall the mass atrocities, including ethnic cleansing and genocide in Cambodia, the Balkans, Rwanda, and Darfur, that have mocked the slogan, "Never again." As the 20th century closed, belated efforts to restitute property looted and stolen during the Holocaust were accompanied by initiatives to expand reparations for the survivors of Nazi slave labor and concentration camps. Legal and political wrangling and arguments about property rights, payment distributions, and lawyers' fees left this post-Holocaust chapter bereft of satisfying closure. Nevertheless, a widely shared conviction persists that the Holocaust, and we could add genocide, period here, was wrong. The Holocaust was wrong, or nothing could be. An assault not only against Jewish life, but also against goodness itself, the Holocaust should not have happened, and nothing akin to it should ever happen again. Michael Berenbaum echoes these points when he says that the Holocaust has become what he calls a negative absolute. Even if people remain skeptical that rational agreement can be obtained about what is right, just, and good, the Holocaust seems to reestablish conviction against moral relativism by underscoring that what happened at Auschwitz and Treblinka was wrong, unjust, and evil, period. More than that, the scale of the wrongdoing, the magnitude of the injustice, and the devastation of the Holocaust evil are so radical that humankind can ill afford not to have its ethical sensibilities informed and oriented by them. And we could add here the other genocides to the atrocity of the Holocaust. Although the Holocaust scholar Raoul Hilberg, he's one of the magisterial scholars to study how the Holocaust happened. As Raoul Hilberg thought about things, he never considered himself a philosopher, but he had an ethical outlook that resonates with Michael Berenbaum's view of the Holocaust as a negative absolute. Hilberg affirmed that ethics is the same today as it was yesterday and even the day before yesterday. It is the same, Hilberg thought, after Auschwitz as it was before and during the lethal operations at that place. Especially with regard to needless and wanton killing, he emphasized, ethics is the same for everyone, everywhere. Hilberg left no unclarity. Such killing is wrong. We know that in our bones, he said. His words, we know that in our bones. For such knowledge is the heritage of many years. Hilberg was a self-identified atheist. If asked about the foundations or grounding for his ethical outlook, he neither would nor could locate them in any divine source. Equally clear, however, Hilberg was no ethical relativist. He did not think that might makes right, nor did he follow Friedrich Nietzsche in claiming that the human will alone is the source of values and evaluations. But how should one understand the tantalizing idea that ethical sensibilities like Hilberg's are, as he put it, in our bones? An outlook such as Hilberg's seems to be grounded in the view that social history or evolution produces a deep-seated ethical consciousness that has universal and, in that sense, timeless qualities. Ethical outlooks do have a history, and they are socially formed. Those elements can fuse to make ethical outlooks, at least some of them, so widely accepted that the appearance of universality, timelessness, and absoluteness attaches to them. Developments of this kind may be at work in making the Holocaust a negative absolute. Thus, the Holocaust's ethical absoluteness, its role in claims that universal moral truth exists, may be a social construction. The social construction of ethics can be powerful. At the end of the day, such construction may be the best hope for ethics. But with the Holocaust and other mass atrocities so recent and ongoing, one can scarcely take moral comfort in that conclusion. The Holocaust may have deepened conviction that a fundamental non-relativistic difference exists between right and wrong. Its destruction may have renewed awareness of the importance of ethical standards and conduct. Nevertheless, the Holocaust and other genocides continue to cast disturbing shadows over basic beliefs concerning right and wrong, human rights, and the hope that human beings will learn from the past. Identification of the Holocaust as a negative absolute that reinstates confidence in moral absolutes is a step that cannot be taken easily, precisely because social construction may be at work in every aspect of such thinking. One may argue that ethical injunctions against needless and wanton killing, for example, obtain normative status because collective experience shows them to have social utility. Such killing is wrong on this view because it threatens individual and social well-being. Over time, this lesson may be experienced, taught, and driven home so that the ethical norm becomes embedded in our bones. Something akin to this development might happen with the Holocaust becoming a universal moral norm, a negative absolute, or something more robust. But what if individuals or groups do not understand wanton and needless killing in the same way? Heinrich Himmler and his associates could agree that wanton and needless killing was wrong. But they did not think that the destruction of the European Jews fitted that description. And you could think of other genocides. Almost every person who might perpetrate a genocide would say, well, yeah, sure, there is wanton and unnecessary and needless killing, and that would be wrong, but this kind of killing isn't in that category. This is necessary. This is even for the common good. Himmler and his associates and all perpetrators of genocide can and should be held accountable for ethical wrongdoing of the most devastating kind, but their deviation from the norm raises suspicion about ethical groundings of the kind that Hilberg seems to have had in mind, let alone appeals that would situate ethical truth confidently in divinity or in universal rationality. None of these foundations, including appeals to the social construction of morality, deterred the final solution, which did not end until massive Allied violence brought the Third Reich to its knees. Such realities gnaw at making one of the Holocaust's after effects the elevation of that disaster as a confidence-inspiring ethical absolute. No obstruction stopped the German machine of destruction, Raoul Hilberg observed. No problem proved insurmountable. The old moral order, he wrote, did not break through anywhere along the line. This, he said, is a phenomenon of the greatest magnitude. Hilberg may have exaggerated, but not by much. The Holocaust signifies the singular failure of ethics, which is that ethics has not made us human beings better than we are. What we are, moreover, is often far from being what should make us proud to be human. Human-inflicted abuse of human life and the world that is our home, including inaction and indifference in the face of that abuse, is often so great that shame about our humanity ought to take precedence over our pride in it. One implication is that ethics seems too fragile and weak to do what we hope, at least in our better moments, it can accomplish. Now, an objection to the analysis that I've been carrying on here for the past few minutes might say that the failure or failures attributed to ethics are misplaced. The Holocaust does not signify the failure of ethics, but the failures of men and women, of groups and communities that fail to follow the light and to heed the insight that ethical reflection provides, at least when that reflection is sound. But this objection, I think, fails, or at least it does not succeed completely and convincingly, because it depends upon a distinction between the ethical and the human that cannot pass scrutiny. Ethics is not independent of human existence. but is instead an expression, a reflection of it. Ethics may correspond to or embody transcendent or transcendental realities that are not entirely human alone. But even then, ethics remains a human project, if not a human projection. The gap between thought and action, between theory and practice, where ethics is concerned, is about our failure. But our failure includes the failures of ethics, which are not inseparable from our human existence. Our reason and freedom have crucial parts to play in establishing the ethical. Our reason and our freedom also outstrip the ethical. And the ethical struggles, usually in vain, to keep reason and freedom under its less than fully persuasive sway. Ethical theory and teaching have a long history, but it is hard to say with confidence that humankind has been forever making moral progress, or that there is such a thing as some voices claim today as the right side of history. Arguably, the 20th century was the most murderous in human history. No assurance exists that the 21st will be an improvement, in spite of the fact that talk about ethics and our need for it may be more widespread than ever. Human life is so full of discouragement, cynicism, and despair produced by folly, miscalculation, and wrongdoing that one can scarcely call ethics successful. Absent ethics, we would be much worse than we are. But the slaughter bench of history, as the philosopher Hegel rightly called it, does not allow much comfort to be taken from that fact. The status of ethics after the Holocaust and other genocides is far from settled. One might argue that Nazi Germany's downfall shows that right defeated wrong and that goodness subdued evil, thus revealing that reality has a fundamentally moral underpinning. The Holocaust, however, is far too awesome for such easy triumphalism. The Nazis did not win, but they came too close for comfort. Even though the Third Reich was destroyed, it is not so easy to say that its defeat was a clear and decisive triumph for goodness, truth, and justice over evil, falsehood, and corruption. Add to those realizations the fact that the Nazis themselves were idealists. They had positive beliefs about right and wrong, good and evil, duty and responsibility. The final solution was a key part of those outlooks, which were put into practice with a zealous and apocalyptic vengeance. Our senses of moral and religious authority have been fragmented and weakened by the accumulated ruins of history and the depersonalized advances of civilization that have taken us from a bloody 20th century into an immensely problematic 21st. A moral spirit, religious commitment, and political will that have the courage to persist in spite of humankind's self-inflicted destructiveness are essential. But the question remains how effective these dispositions can be in salvaging moral fragments within a world where power, and especially the power of governments and economic interests, stands at the heart of that destructiveness. To find ways to salvage the fragments, to affect the powers that be so that their tendencies to lay waste to human life unchecked, ethics after Auschwitz, after genocide, will need to draw on every resource it can find. Appeals to human rights, calls for renewed religious sensitivity, respect and honor for people who save lives and resist atrocity, and attention to the Holocaust warnings, to genocide's warnings, to name only a few. Those efforts will need to be accompanied by determination to build these concerns into our educational, religious, business, and political institutions. The eloquent Auschwitz survivor Primo Levi said of philosophy, "No, it's not for me." But as his explorations of the gray zone and other Holocaust realities make clear, Levi had a keen philosophical mind which he often brought to bear on ethical questions. Levi, who thought that each of us is a mixture of good and not so good, lacked trust in what he called the moral instinct of humanity, in mankind as naturally good. In an essay called News from the Sky, for example, Primo Levi noted that the great German philosopher Immanuel Kant emphasized two wonders in creation. Kant was moved by the starry sky above and the moral law within. This is one of the more famous statements in the history of Western philosophy, when Kant says that there are two things that, create deep feelings of awe and respect in him. And he refers to the starry sky above the heavens and the moral law within. Levi comments as follows about this point that Kant makes in his philosophy. "I don't know about the moral law," Levi muses. "Does it dwell in everyone? Every passing year," Levi says, "augments our doubts." The starry sky, on the other hand, seemed to Levi to be another matter, but even those considerations gave him pause. The stars remain, but the sky, the territory of bombers, hijacked planes, and missiles that can unleash terror and horror capable of annihilating human existence itself. The sky has become an ominous place because of World War II, the Holocaust, and their after effects. Primo Levi was not sure that ethics could be salvaged after Auschwitz, but he knew that the failure to try would exact a price higher than humankind could pay. "The universe is strange to us," he wrote. "We are strange in the universe. The future of humanity is uncertain." Nevertheless, Levi had his hopes. "There are no problems," he said, "that cannot be solved around a table, provided there is goodwill and reciprocal trust." Probably Levi was too optimistic, for much hinges on his qualification about goodwill and reciprocal trust. Their scarcity remains one of the Holocaust, one of genocide's most confounding results. When asked what his research has taught him about ethics, the Holocaust historian Peter Hayes responded simply but profoundly. "Ethical behavior," he said, "is hard." The Holocaust did not have to happen, nor did any other genocide. These disasters have emerged from human choices and decisions, many of them related to standing by and the complicity that goes with that action. Those facts mean that nothing human, natural, or divine guarantees respect for the ethical values and commitments that are most needed in contemporary human existence. But nothing is more important than our commitment to defend them, for they remain as fundamental as they are fragile, as precious as they are endangered. Ethics may not be enough. It may be what the American poet William Stafford called a forlorn cause. But failures and all, ethics still provides our best compass for resistance against bystanding and complicity in genocide. While thinking about the repercussions of genocide for family, community, and society, which is what Myrna Goodman asked me to do today, and while contemplating the bricks in the memorial grove on this campus, and the people and places they honor. And while considering the tree that meant so much to Anne Frank and the sapling that will take root on this campus, my mind turned from time to time to a book in my library called How Green Were the Nazis? Any of you interested in environmental issues would find this book fascinating. How Green Were the Nazis? This book concentrates on environmental concerns and objectives in the Third Reich, those concerning the German landscape among them, especially before World War II began in September 1939, ravaging the European continent and its populations. Part of the Nazi German conception of the common good, it turns out, had a lot to do with a certain kind of care for the German environment, natural landscape of Germany. The book's cover, this book called How Green Were the Nazis, the book's cover features a haunting aerial photograph of a German pine forest in Brandenburg. For a time, that forest depicted a part of the common good as Nazi Germany envisioned it. Formed by larch trees, the tall and stately deciduous conifers that turn bright yellow in the autumn before shedding their needle-like leaves, a large swastika once stood out amidst the evergreens. So what you have to picture here is an aerial photograph of a large evergreen forest, and placed in it, because of these large trees that turn bright yellow in the autumn and early winter, there's a swastika. The editor's note about the cover explains the picture as follows. Presumably a zealous forester planted the sylvan swastika with a diameter of nearly 200 feet in the 1930s as a sign of his allegiance to the Nazi regime. The swastika survived not only World War II, but also 4 decades of East German communist rule. Kind of an ironic development there. Visible only from the air during the fall and winter months, the larch trees were detected in 1992, the editors say, and felled in the year 2000. Recently, I planted several trees at my home in the Cascade Mountains of north central Washington state. 2 of them are horse chestnut trees, similar to the one that gave Anne Frank comfort and hope, dashed though those yearnings were by genocide. Those trees, which are right now just a little taller than the one I think in quarantine here in the Sonoma State Nursery somewhere, those trees remind me of the repercussions of genocide for family, community, society, and the common good. One of the other trees I planted is a larch. I put it in the ground as a kind of protest against Nazi pride that found it good to use those tall, thin, magnificent trees to mark nature itself with the swastika. No tree deserved that fate, nor should any human being ever meet a fate like Anne Frank's. Such truths should hold without saying, without reminders. They should form our consciousness, conscience, and action. Yet we must be responsible for each other by affirming them publicly as well as privately, again and again, so that without waiting a single moment, our living and acting embody those truths in ways that do indeed improve the world. Thank you. Now, the purpose of my talk was not to send you into depression and despair, but just the opposite. And in any case, I hope maybe you'll have some reactions or comments, questions, and I'll try my best to reply to them.
Questions?
Yes?
I'm wondering, when you spoke of the way the Germans were able to justify in their head the killings of the Jews, isn't that exactly what the Anglos did when they killed all the natives?
The Native Americans?
Yeah.
Yeah. They always say it was
Yes.
for common good, they were savages and myself. Similar mindset.
Yeah.
And they've never been held accountable. Never yet today. Have any white people been accountable for the genocide of the Native American people? I'd like to see that addressed.
That will be addressed next week.
Let me try to speak to the prior part of your comment, if I can, because it bears explicitly on some of the things I was driving at, and it makes a connection, I think, to an earlier lecture in your series when Jim Waller was here, addressing the question of how does it come to be that people end up being mass killers. Now, there isn't a one-size-fits-all explanation to that, I think, but I believe that one of the things that it needs to be or has to be a component in an explanation of that behavior is that somehow people are persuaded, and I use the term persuaded in at least two senses. Other people persuade them, but they also become convinced that it is, though immensely difficult, loathsome, unpleasant, nasty work to do, there's a problem that has to be solved, and the solution to the problem is to kill. Now, the problem that has to be solved may include things like we need this land for our future, or these people who are here are not like us, they're a drain on our resources or a threat to us in some way. And the solution to the problem is to find a way to rid ourselves of them. There may be various ways to do that, but as the Holocaust shows, and other genocides reveal it as well, the final solution to the problem is to kill. So the logic here that I see in place is that yes, this work is nasty. Yes, there may be norms and there may be teachings that tell us we shouldn't do this, but really there's a higher good that must be served, and the only way in which that can be done is to participate in the atrocities. I think if we go back and look at the rhetoric that would pertain to the destruction of indigenous peoples in North America, we would find rhetoric like that. So that at least in the short run, before people are are stopped and apprehended and perhaps put on trial, there is the attempt to create a climate of life, to use this phrase from Gita Sereni that I quoted, that maintains that loathsome though the work may be, dirty and nasty though it may be, it is a necessary and, in that sense, good thing to do to kill.
So I just wondered, if we feel that in our bones and we do it anyway, is this the outcome that we're facing in the modern world with so much violence? Do you think?
Well, you've got your fingers right on the dilemma that's at the heart of my talk. I would say that's exactly the dilemma. We have the ethical traditions, we have the teachings, but history shows that these things are overridden or subverted very often, or in some other way prove not to be effective to prevent, until it's too late, the violence and atrocity that takes place. So the challenge that we face, this is the huge dilemma, I think, that we confront, and people who study the Holocaust and Genocide, as you all have been doing, surely feel this without my saying it, is how do you do this in a world that has produced such injustice and suffering that our confidence in our ability to do the right things has, I think, not been, automatically bolstered. We feel the need more deeply, but the confidence that we will actually do what needs to be done, I think, is not strengthened by the historical record. So the language I use here is that we have to find ways to act in spite of, which has a kind of, double meaning that I like, at least. I mean, it suggests that you act even though the odds are difficult, where success is hoped for, but you do it also out of a kind of spirit of resistance that has as one of its ingredients, and pardon the language I'll use here, but it will make my point. It has in it a kind of logic that says, damn it, I'm not going to let the bastards win. William Stafford, I referred to very briefly, a poet, had a more elegant way of putting the point when he said, that he said of himself, he said, I'm addicted to forlorn causes. He was a pacifist. And he said of himself, I'm not trying to stop the war that's happening right now, I'm trying to stop the next one. So he was kind of realistic about it. But I think as people who want to try to prevent and stop and check crimes against humanity, which I think is the perhaps best category, better than genocide in some ways because it encompasses more than just genocide. But for those of us who are concerned to try to do something about that, we have to learn to live, as Elie Wiesel puts it, where despair is not the end but the beginning. And that's a creditable moral position to hold, I think, that you operate out of, not much assurance that you're going to win, but the attitude is one of resistance, one of refusal, one of, it's the myth of Sisyphus, for those of you who have read Camus. You're not going to, give up.
One more question.
Thank you. The enormity of this is very much living inside me. And you began your lecture quoting Anne Frank and her philosophizing about each of us having the capacity to do something and not wait a minute. And then you developed this enormous piece around the moral dilemma. And it seems to me it's not the ethics. The ethics are clear. The ethical behavior is in question. And the solution, if it's killing, is taking on the perpetrator. So that doesn't work. For thousands of years this has existed, that the solution was to kill. The end of the Third Reich was to kill it. So could you speak a little more? You said one phrase in here, and I wanted to hear more about the inaction and hesitation that should be bringing about change. What is the ethical behavior that can be acted that would, in fact, not be to recreate the evil in ourselves?
Well, I thank you very much for your good comment and the question embedded in it, because it kind of brings back in a kind of circle some of the points that you rightly acknowledge I began with, that maybe don't get emphasized so much in some of the darker parts of what I said. Let me put it this way. Analysis and interpretation and even criticism of the diary of Anne Frank has a long history by now. And many people have pointed out that it's a question whether Anne Frank would have retained the kind of optimism that she sometimes expressed in her diary if she had survived the Holocaust after being deported to Auschwitz and then to Bergen-Belsen, where she lost her life to typhus. And it's a good and open question, I think. Whether she had a chance to look back at the age of 60 on her diary as a Holocaust survivor. I'm going to venture out on a limb a little bit here and say that if that counterfactual reality had come to be, I think Anne Frank would have insisted, maybe not so much on the notion that everybody is good at heart, but I think she would have insisted on the passage that is going to be out there in the grove by the tree, and in the translation that I used, where she said, "Isn't it wonderful that you don't have to wait 1 minute before you can step in and do something?" And where she adds in the translation that I was quoting from, a second line that says, "You don't have to wait to take steps for justice." I think she would have retained that, and I think that she would even have understood what she was saying in relationship to the themes I was highlighting from Gita Sereni's interpretation of what she learned from her interviews with Franz Stengel. That is, that the key is to take responsibility for each other, to hold each other accountable. Stengel himself is an example of this. This guy who became the commandant of the two killing centers. He wasn't entirely happy about the assignments that kind of came his way that he felt he couldn't turn down. But he kept asking people what he ought to do. He even asked a priest once. He talked with his wife even. And apparently, if Stengel was telling the truth at this point, nobody said to him, "You must not do that." Instead, what he got were, responses about how difficult a situation he was in, and what the risk would be, and would it make any difference if he said no or not, and and when Stengel was telling this to Sereni, I think he wasn't trying to pass the buck off and say, well, it's somebody else's fault that I ended up being the person I am. I don't think that was the point he was making. At least that wasn't what Sereni took away from it. So I think that a key thing, it would fit with the part of the talk where I said in the post-genocidal ethical dilemmas that we face, we're going to have to look for every resource we can find. And one of the key ingredients, this is a note on which I'll end here, is that I think Sereni got it right when she said that our actions are interdependent and we have to take responsibility for each other.
Thank you.